Okay, so let's go over the pieces we're gonna need for the Arianne bag. So we have our strap connectors. I have some Sewfuse Plus on the back for some stability to reinforce this for when I put my hardware in. So I am not using Deckable Light in any of my pieces. I have replaced my Deckable Light with Sewfuse Plus. So for my front piece, I am using a canvas, which I have added a layer of Sewfuse, and then I added another layer of Sewfuse Plus. I know that this bag is supposed to be slouchy, especially at the top. It's supposed to be slouchy at the top and more structured at the bottom. So I wanted to have a nice move to it. I didn't want it super stiff, so that's why I did the layer of Sewfuse and layer of Sewfuse Plus instead of 2 layers of Sewfuse Plus to give it more of like a vinyl feel. So that is what I have. I also have a piece of scrap Deckable Light and Sewfuse for my magnetic snap right here. And at the bottom here, like I said, I replaced my Deckable Light with Sewfuse Plus. So I have the front interfacing piece attached using Sewfuse Plus, and it is attached a 1/2 inch from the bottom and a 1/2 inch from the side. So that is our front panel. For my back panel, I am using leather. So I have this here centered. This is the back piece, also at a 1/2 inch from the side here and a 1/2 inch from the bottom. And I use Sewfuse Plus. So I have the first pattern piece that you have that you can cut from the interfacing, and then I add the second Sewfuse Plus stabilizer that it has you cut out. Just like my other side, my front panel, I did use Sewfuse Plus and Deckable Light, just a small scrap for my magnetic snap. And so that's my back panel. This here is my lock strap. I have 2 handles, and all of the measurements are cut, or all the measurements are listed in the pattern. So I'm not going to give you the measurements for these specifically, but I am using, instead of the 1.5 inch strap in, I'm using 1 inch. So this is just cut to, this is cut to 2 3/4. That is just because I am using leather and I don't want it super thick, so I'm going to be folding it over. It's still going to give me a 1 inch with no raw edges. If you're using vinyl, you will cut yours to 4 inches wide if you're going to be using a 1 inch strap end. So I have my straps right here, my slip pocket lining along with my slip pocket exterior, I guess. So I have my 2 pieces here. I have my overlay for my strap, my main pieces, or my main lining panels. I have my lining bottom along with my exterior bottom, and then I have the pieces for my zipper pocket. So let's get into it. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to do our handles. So let's grab our handles, our straps, the strap connector, and let's see what else we need. So we're going to need to mark out our center. So I already have my line that I'm going to be folding to marked out on my lock strap along with my strap connectors. For the handles, we're going to mark out the center here. So let's see. I think it's what, 1 1/4. So we're going to measure out 1 1/4 here. And that's going to be the center for the handles. So we have our center for the handle here, and then we're going to do our second one, 1 1/4. Okay. And now we can mark out the centers for our strap. My strap is different. Like I said, I am using leather, so mine's gonna have a raw edge that I'm gonna finish off. So I will just mark down 1 inch on mine. If you're going based on the pattern measurements, you're going to mark your center 2 inches from the raw edge of your vinyl. So I'm just gonna grab my ruler. And we're just gonna mark that center. And then we're gonna add our double-sided tape. Okay, so that is done. Let's do our second strap. And then we can get to sewing. I am going to be using my Thor 1541S along with my cylinder machine, which is a Thor 1341S. And the skiver I use to skive my pieces is a Thor, let me see, RE801, I think. So yes, so those are what I'm using. And then my ruler here is from Off the Wall Quilts. It's a personalized ruler with my business name on it, and I love these rulers. I'm also going to be using a leather needle, a leather diamond needle, and a Tech 70 thread from Sunny Sewing. And all my machines are also from Sunny Sewing. Okay, so let's start with our double-sided tape here. Okay, we're going to start with the handles. And I am going to add double-sided tape on both ends. For the handles, you want your handles to be touching as close as possible, because you're gonna see that line is gonna be exposed. So you want it as close as possible. And I'm gonna go ahead and reinforce this end here just about maybe 1.5 inches of double-sided tape. And I would go a little ways out, maybe about 1/4 inch, or yeah, 1/4 inch out from that line. because you want this to be nice and secure. And plus, it's going to be a rolled handle, so let's take off our all the double-sided tape, and then we can put this up as close as we can to that line, making sure it's nice and pressed down. Perfect. Okay, and now we're gonna do the same thing. You want to butt this edge as close as you can. You don't want it to have any kind of space in between. So I'm just gonna really make sure I push it down. There we go. And now we're going to do the same thing to this side. Just really make sure it's as close as possible with no... And you just want maybe about 2.5 inches of this side not showing any of the line. So... happy with that. So there is our first handle. I'm going to set that aside. And now I'm going to do the same exact thing to just to make this easier, I'm going to use this 1/4 inch tape, or the 1/2 inch tape, and I'm using leather tape from Tandy Leather, or not Tandy, I'm sorry, Waywack. I want to say that this tape is not domestic friendly, so if you have a domestic machine, this would not be the tape for you to use. From what I hear, it gums up the machine. It's just a little bit too strong for a domestic machine. Okay, so there we go. Got one side done, and now let's do our other side. Like I said, you want to get this as close as possible so that that line is kind of hidden. Okay. I'm going to grab my roller here. There we go. We can set that aside. Add in our strap connectors. I'm going to add double-sided tape to my lock strap. And like I said, mine's going to look a little bit different because I am folding mine differently. I'm still going to get a 1-inch strap, but I cut mine to 2 3/4 of an inch. This is just to help alleviate some bulk with this leather. And so now I'm going to put double-sided tape on this edge here. Okay. I'm just going to fold this over to that line. Being careful. Okay. Now we're just going to fold it over from the side here. Okay. Making our strap connectors now. Doing the same thing. Butting it up to that line. This will get me a 1-inch connector. I'm going to do the same thing to my second connector. This leather is kind of, it tends to shed a lot, and it's okay, there we go. And now our other side. Okay. And then I like to use this roller because it really helps fold down the edges for me on my for my leather. Flattens it out. Now we can move on to our straps. Grab some double-sided tape here, and we're just going to add it along the edge. And I did skive my edges so that I can so that it's not as bulky when I attach it to my bag. I'm just adding some double-sided tape along both edges of my strap. ran out of some tape, so I'm just gonna grab me another roll. Okay. And now almost done, and then we can get to the fun part of sewing the straps. I find that I always sew the straps first, just because I know that I have a full bobbin when I start my project. So I know I'm not gonna run out, and also I find that if I don't do it, by the time I'm done with a bag, I'm kind of like mentally exhausted, I guess. So so then I end up not finishing the straps. So it's just nice because I get super excited. I see the bag completed, and I know that the straps are done, and I can just So with my straps, I'm kind of going to do the same thing that I did how am I doing my straps? Okay. I'm going to do the same thing I did with my lock strap to my, the same thing that I did to my lock strap, I'm going to do to my, my straps. So let's see. Just want to make sure that it's going to be I'm just going to continue on my other side. And now for here, I just want to make sure that my strap is going to be 1 inch. Okay, so scratch that. That's not gonna work. That's okay. I can just pull this up, and then I will just fold it in half like I originally planned to do. So whoops. Okay. And then I will finish off my edges later. Perfect. Okay, do the other side, and then we can move on to our second strap. Just trying to be careful not to stretch my leather. I don't want it to twist. When I sew it. So there we go. Okay, my second one, I really didn't need to put double-sided tape on both sides, but I was not paying attention. Okay. So I'm going to start from my center here and move out, and then repeat to my other side. Making sure I don't twist my leather or stretch it, sorry, because I don't want it to twist. Perfect. Alright, now down to our other side. And if you're doing your strap based on the pattern, you're actually going to fold into the middle and then fold again, so you won't have any raw edges. And your center line will be marked at 2 inches. Okay. Now I just want to do the same thing I did with all my other straps. I want to roll that down just to kind of help me. Okay. So there we go. And these are 40-inch straps. So let's start sewing. Okay, so we're just going to continue going at 1/8 of an inch. Okay. I'm going to go back up at 1/8 of an inch. Okay, so there we go. So we have our first strap done. Going to do the same to my second strap. Just gonna go at that 1/8 of an inch seam allowance from the edge. Okay. Okay, so strap number 2 done. Grab your strap connectors. Do the same thing. We're gonna stitch these at 1/8 of an inch. Gonna do our other side at 1/8 of an inch. Okay. So we have our strap connectors. Done. And go ahead and grab the rectangle rings and add those on. Make sure that the line where the raw edges are at is on the inside of your connector. That way you don't see any line on the outside. Let's set those aside for now. So you want to make sure that, let me zoom you out. You want to make sure that you have the correct sizes for your handles. So your handles are going to be the shorter ones. The lock strap here is going to be the long piece. So go ahead and set that aside because that's going to be the next step. Right now we're going to be focusing on the handles. Let me zoom y'all back in. Okay. Grab a marking pen and a ruler. And we're going to measure out 2 inches from the sorry, yeah, 2.5 inches. So you want to measure out 2.5 inches on the short side of your strap. So mark out 2.5 inches right there on each side. 2.5 inches. Same with your other strap. And I am marking on the right side of my leather. And I'm using a leather marking pin that will come off. So now we just want to pin this together, or clip it, just like this. This is going to stay open. Going to do the same thing to the other side, because this is going to give us that rolled handle look. So this will be open, and then this you'll continue clipping. So just like that. Grab your second handle and do the same exact thing. I like to just make sure that I am matching the line on both sides and that they're even. Okay. And then we're just going to continue clipping down till you get to the next mark. Doing the same thing, making sure it's lined up. And then you'll have your handles, and you're going to stitch from here, from this 2.5 inch mark to this 2.5 inch mark. The pattern has you not backstitching. I'm going to backstitch. If not, you'll just keep your thread tails long so that you can pull them through. And top stitching this at 1/8 of an inch. I'm just really, let me move so I can see, making sure that everything stays nice in the line. And we're just going to stitch this down to that 1/8 of an inch. Okay. And then this is what your rolled handle is going to look like. So I can just rub off this marking pin. Love it. I love these rolled handles, especially with the leather, because it's so thick right here. It gives it a really nice full look. Okay. There we go. I'm just gonna make my way at the 1/8 of an inch, just all the way down, going it slow, making sure my needle's down if I need to like adjust. Just want to make sure that I am at that line. Okay. There we go. So now we have our 2 rolled handles. Just going to rub off the marking pen. And so that is what the handles are going to look like. Awesome. Okay. Now we are going to work on our lock strap and overlay. So let's grab the lock strap and our overlay piece, and we're going to top stitch this. We've already folded in our pieces, so if you are doing it based on the pattern, you will mark your 2 inch, because yours will probably be 4 inches if you're using a 1 inch strap in, or if you're using a 1.5 inch strap in, your length will be different. So if you're doing the 1 inch, you're going to mark it at 2 inches and fold that in to get 1 inch. So let's go ahead and top stitch this at an 1/8 of an inch. Go back down on the other side at an 1/8 of an inch. Okay. And I'm going to actually also, let's see if I did a, I'm going to go ahead and do a 1/4 inch and then a 1/4 inch from each side, just so that I can make sure that the fold over is attached nicely. I'm going to go ahead and do that to my other side. And now I'm going to do just one last stitch at a 1/2 inch. No, I think I like it like that. So I'm just going to yeah, I'm going to keep it like this. I was going to do an extra stitch in the middle, but I really like the way this looks, so I'm just going to keep it like this. So that is my lock strap. So let's work on the overlay. So you're going to want to grab a marking pen or pen, and we're going to mark out 3/4 of an inch from the long sides and the short sides. So we're going to go 3/4 of an inch here. Three-quarters of an inch on this side. Three-quarters of an inch on this side. And 3/4 of an inch on the other short side. So there we go. And now we are going to just get our ruler here. I'm actually going to get my 1-inch ruler, it's easier. And we're going to attach the corners here with the line. So let me move y'all in. Oops. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing to this side, from one corner to the next, and we're going to mark. The same with this side here. Mark. Mark on this side here. grab your scissors and you're going to trim off that corner right on that line. Let me get a better pair of scissors. Supposed to look like this. And now you're going to want to put double-sided tape on each end of your overlay. Oops, sorry. Thought it was in frame. So you're gonna put double-sided tapes on each end right here. And I actually like to add some double-sided tape right here. So I'm gonna get this 1/8 of an inch tape here and add that. And last spot right here. There we go. You're going to pull off the long edge of your overlay and you're going to fold it up to that line that you marked out, that 3/4 of an inch line. Pull my corners off here. There we go. Right up to that line, and then you're going to pull off the short end double-sided tape and you're going to do the same exact thing. You're going to fold up to that 3/4 of an inch line, making sure everything sits nicely. And this is why I like to add that 1/8 of an inch double-sided tape, because it holds your corner in nicely. Okay. And we're going to do the same thing. Fold this up to the double-sided tape, or to the line. There we go. Okay. So now that we have that done, I'm going to mark my center for my overlay. So let's see, it's like at 4 1/4, so 2 1/8. Okay, perfect. So I have my center marked. I just find that it's easier when it's time to line up our strap. Okay. So now we're going to top stitch this right here on the edge, or on the short edges, at 1/8 of an inch. So we're gonna top stitch the short edges. And if you want, you can get some clips just to hold this in place for you so that it doesn't come undone. So we're gonna top stitch this right here at 1/8 of an inch. And you're going to want to leave your tail ends long so that you can tie them, you can pull them through the back, which I'm going to do. So you want to keep them nice and long so that you can tie them off. And I'm going to do the same thing, 1/8 of an inch. Okay. And I'm just going to grab a needle here, one of my needles. And if you just pull this thread here, it should pop through and you can pull it out. So I'm going to grab that. So I can pull it out. And do the same thing to my other side. So I'm just going to pull both sides. And they're all out. So now I'm just going to tie them off. I'm going to do the same thing to my other side. So now that those are done, trim down your threads, and then I'm going to get a lighter and kind of just run it over so that I don't have to worry about fraying. Okay, so that is done. We can go ahead and set that aside, and we're going to now do the strap placement. Okay. So go ahead and grab your back panel, and because I have an industrial machine, I don't have a zigzag stitch, so I'm actually not going to be doing the zigzag stitch that the pattern has you do, but I am going to be doing a box stitch. So I'm going to So I have my centers marked already on my panels, or my main back panel. This is going to help me to line up my strap without having to use a large ruler. So we are going to align our grid ruler along the top edge of the back panel at 3 1/4 of an inch down. So at 3 1/4 inch from my center right here. Three and a quarter inch, 3 1/4 inch. Okay. And I'm going to grab my Chaco, and I'm just going to mark I'm just going to mark that line at 3 1/4 inches right here. Grab your strap. And we're going to get some double-sided tape here. That's about 1 1/2 inches in length. Okay, so 1 1/2 inch strips here. And I'm going to add it to one side of my strap. Grab my second strap, and I'm going to add it to my second side of my strap. Okay, I'm just going to center that right in the middle. And then real quickly, I want to mark out my center here. So I just want to mark out my center here. This will help also with aligning my strap. So grab your first strap. And line it up right to you just want to line that up here. I'm going to grab the larger clips to help hold that in, and then we're going to grab our second strap. Do the same exact thing. Just going to butt it up to here, making sure it's all nice and even. Okay, there we go. Just lining it up. The same way. And now I'm going to take this and I'm going to stitch a box around here. Like the pattern suggests. So grab a ruler, sorry. I'm jumping ahead. So I'm going to measure 1 3/4 from that center. One 3/4 from the center. 1 3/4 from the center here. And that is where we're going to stitch our box. So real quickly, you're gonna go 1/8 of an inch on the edges here, go down this line, back 1/8 of an inch, and then up. And I'm going to use about a stitch length of a 4 to do that. I just want to make sure that everything stays nice and aligned. I want to make sure that my threads are back. Okay, there we go. Now, okay, so we're just going to continue going at that 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Oh, I did not turn my stitch length down like I said I wanted to. It's okay. Once I get to that line, I'm going to carefully turn my strap over. I'm going to go back down here and turn, and we're going to do 1/8 of an inch down here. I'm going to do a couple back stitches right where these straps meet. When I get to that line, I'm going to carefully turn, making sure everything still lines up. Go down. And then I'm going to go back here. and back stitch. If it gets a little, if your stitching gets a little off, that's okay because you're not gonna see this. So my stitching, it did go off a little bit. So what I did was I came back, so I really want to make sure that this is nice and secured, and we are going to add rivets to it now. Okay, so we're going to add our rivets now to the ends of the box. I'm going to zoom y'all in. So we're going to add our rivets right here. Let me grab and I'm just going to use this template from Emporium Threads. I'm just going to mark out where I'm going to punch. And do the same thing to the other side. Okay. Grab our rivets. There we go. Make sure it goes all the way through. And now we're just going to add our rivets in. Whoops. And now we can set them in. Okay. So there we go. We have that. Let me just bring y'all out some. So this is what it should look like right now. Now, I'm going to grab our overlay piece that we had set aside. And we're going to add some double-sided tape right along the edge here. There we go. So we're just going to add some double-sided tape right along the long edge of the overlay, just like this. And we're just going to center this onto the back panel here. And so that is kind of why I like to mark my center, because I just match this line with that line that I drew and this line with that line of the chalk mark. And then I can just wipe it off. And now we're just going to top stitch this at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. So we're gonna top stitch this at 1/8 of an inch along the edge. And you're going to keep your tails long so that you can pull them through and tie them off. I'm actually going to redo this piece here because I want it a little bit more off of the just going to recenter this because I want it just a tad bit more up. Not by too much. And this is just me being nitpicky. Okay. So here we go, 1/8 of an inch top stitch right here. So we're gonna top stitch this at 1/8 of an inch, keeping your tails long so that you can pull them through, not back stitching. I'm just gonna go slow. And we're going to do the same thing to the other side. Keeping your tails, your thread tails long. We're going to top stitch this at 1/8 of an inch. Okay. And just like we did on the other ends of the overlay, on the short end, you're going to just pull your threads to kind of pull out that thread. I'm gonna zoom y'all in. Okay, and we're just going to pull through these and then we're just going to tie them off like we did before. Okay. We can trim our tails down. There we go. So our tails are done, and that is what your back should look like. Let's zoom out. And then all you need to do is get like a baby wipe and wipe that off, and it'll come right off. Okay. So far, I love the way it looks. Perfect. Now we're going to add rivets to the end here. So on the corners here, right within this box, we're going to add double-sided tape. Alright, sorry, rivets. So a rivet here, here, and up here. So I'm gonna grab my rivet punch. I'm just gonna add our tops, and then we're gonna set our rivets. Press, and we are going to set these rivets. Let's zoom y'all out. Okay. Love that. Okay, and that is the strap overlay. So let's go ahead and place our lock strap. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna trim my threads real quick and okay. So we're gonna place our lock strap. with about 1/8 of an inch overhanging. So let me. So we want to place our lock strap here with just about 1/8 of an inch overhanging. I'm gonna cut some of this, even this up a little bit. Okay, so 1/8 of an inch right here. And we're now going to poke a hole through this, right where the start of it is at, or right here, sorry. So we're gonna poke a hole right about here. I don't know if you can see that, but I have a little bit of a hole right there. So we're going to turn our straps. You're going to find that hole, which I can see right here. I'm not sure if y'all can see that. And we are going to make a hole. So if you're using a 1.5 inch strap, you're going to want to make your hole at 1.5 inch. If you're using a 1 inch strap, which is what I'm using, I'm only going to want to cut mine or mark 1 inch down. Okay, so I'm just kind of marking where that okay, so I have my 1 inch. And I'm going to go 3/8 of an inch. I'm going to go 3/8 of an inch. And then I just kind of want to connect these V's here. Okay, so you have your, and we're gonna want to cut, so we're not gonna cut this line, but we're gonna cut right here. Okay. Okay. So we cut out that triangle piece right there. So we just cut this side here. So we cut the triangles in this straight line, leaving this attached. So now you're gonna grab your lock strap here, and you're gonna want to line it up even with your lock strap. Just like that. Making sure you have it the right way. So I have mine. I'm gonna redo that. There we go. So it's even. So then when you look at it, it should look like this. And your strap will go this way. So we inserted the lock in. And now we're going to sew along the uncut line. So right here. So it should look like this now. So now we're going to add 2 rivets. If you're doing the 1.5 inch, you're gonna do 2 rivets. If you're doing 1 inch, I find that I really can only put 1 rivet right in the center. So that's what I'm gonna do. I just want to make sure this is nice and centered, and I'm going to go ahead and clear out my punch because it's quite full. Okay, so I'm just going to eyeball this, making sure that okay. I'm just going to, there we go. Got it all the way through. And I am going to use a long post here. Let's see. Okay. Grab our rivet and we're going to set this in place. I want to make sure this is all nice and straight. Perfect. Okay, so that rivet is set. Let's go ahead and add our second rivet, which is going to be right on the end here. So with this one here, it's going to cover up this hole. So if you have a hole right here, it's okay. It's made to be like that, which is exactly why she recommends that you don't use cotton for this because of the hidden strap connector. It's not sewn right here. There is this hole, but when you put the rivets here, you won't see it. So I'm gonna go ahead and set my rivets for my next one. You want it to be 1/4 of an inch from the strap overlay. So it's gonna be 1/4 of an inch over. Let me find my So 1/4 of an inch from that strap overlay. And I'm going to grab my rivet template from Tops and Bobbins. It has a 1-inch one that I'm able to use to put 2 straps, or to put double. So I'm just lining this up. With my 1/4 inch markings. So I'm just going to make sure this is nice and lined up. Let me just do my first punch. I just want to make sure that this is nice and flat. So I'm just kind of marking where I want it so that I can put it onto my punch plate here and know that it's not going to be in the wrong place. There we go. Grab rivets. And I'm thinking that the large one is what we're gonna need, but I'm gonna pull out some medium ones just in case. If I was really thinking, I would have done an antique brass with this, but I didn't have many options for turn locks. Let me see if I want a The short post. Let's go ahead and set these now. Okay, so there we go. So that is our back. And now we're going to add in our handles. So grab one of your handles. And we are going to measure 1 1/4 inch from the center points of each. So let's pull this out. So 1 1/4 over 1 1/4. Double check to make sure that there is a 2.5 inch. So it should be 2.5 inches in between these marks right here. So it's 2.5 inches. And it is perfect. Now we're going to get our strap just like this. And you're going to put the edge of one together like so. So I'm going to, and we're going to baste this. So I'm holding to make sure that it's in the spot that it's supposed to be. Let's move y'all in a little bit so y'all can see a little bit what I'm doing. And we're just basing this at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. So basting it just like that, and then you're gonna bring it around, making sure it's not twisted or anything. And you're going to set it right on the next mark here. And then making sure I back stitch. And you want to make sure that the handles don't separate. And I'll show you what I mean. You want to make sure that they don't separate like this. You want to push them up together so that when they sit, you can't see that line. Because if they are separated, you could sit, they'll sit and you could see that line, but you don't want that. See? Okay. Now that that's done, and now we are going to add the bottom strap connectors. So grab a ruler, grab your connectors that you put, and this hardware is hardware that I got for me. It will be listed on my website. So I have 1-inch rectangle rings right here. And we're gonna measure 2.5 inches in each direction from the center. So this is my center here, so I'm gonna go 2.5 inches. Mark 2.5 inches right here. And check that it's 5 inches in between your two marks. You want it to be 5 inches in between. That means that it is measured out correctly. Grab your, I'm gonna put my, I wanna do my rivets. Punch my rivet holes in right now. This way it's a little bit easier. So I'm just eyeballing. Okay, now we can set these on. So you want to make sure that they sit on the raw edge. So match your raw edge, and it's going to be, you want your marking to be on the right of your connector. I'm just gonna clip that in place, and I'm gonna do the same thing to my other connector. We can go ahead and baste this in place. I'm just going to baste this at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Okay. Now we're going to do our other side. Trim down the threads here. Should have your connectors. And just realized that this one here was not placed on correctly because I put it on the inside. It needs to be on the outside. So you want to make sure that the marks are in the inside, not on the outside. So I need to take this off and redo it. That's okay. It happens. Nobody will know. At least we caught it early versus at the end. See if I knew though where my seam ripper went. Oh, there it is. Fell on the floor. And I can just go ahead and pull all these out. And we can attach it back. Okay. So. Here we go. So now I have it on the correct way. So you can see where my my mark is at. It's on the inside. Make sure it's 5 inches in between. It is. There we go. So now it's correct, it's even. Let's go ahead and mark our rivets. So we need to just punch them on the other side here. Okay. And now we can set those in. Perfect. So there we go. That is the back of our back panel. So now we are going to add our magnetic snap to our bag. So we're going to mark 1 1/4 inch down. From our center here, which kind of should already be a little marked since we basically one and a quarter. Grab our magnetic snap. Center. There we go. We have 2 of our prongs placed, and then we're just going to bring it through. I'm going to go get I have this knife. It's a lot better. Perfect. So I have 2 prongs, and now I just got to find my magnetic snap. Poke that through. Add your washer. There we go. So we have our magnetic washer on this side. So now we're going to set that aside. And we're going to do the same thing to our front panel here. I'm just going to mark 1 1/4 inch down. So there's our 1 1/4 inch down. And then we're going to grab our washer again. Measure out where your prongs are going to go. And then cut through. Excuse me. And I lost my don't know where my other magnetic snap is. It walked away. Oh, found it. Okay. Okay, gonna add this magnetic snap in here. And now I'm just going to add duct tape along both sides of my, not both sides, but both panels of my magnetic snaps. Add one more. And now we can add our nameplate. We can set our back to the side. I'm going to place my, let's see, where do I want to, I'm going to place I think I'm going to put mine 2 inches up. Okay. I'm gonna add some duct tape. There we go. Okay. So this is what our front panel looks like. It has a magnetic snap and then your logo if you have one. And now we can go ahead and grab your back panel. And we are going to match these right sides together. Use these clips so that they don't shift. Okay, so let's try this again. I'm going to go from the bottom. Okay, there we go. So now we are going to split this open. And what I like to do is I like to just add some 1/8 of an inch double-sided tape. This just helps hold it down for me. I just put it right on the edge. And it stays out of my top stitch also. Okay. I'm going to change my stitch length to a higher stitch, to a longer stitch, and we are going to top stitch this at 1/8 of an inch. I'm being super careful not to pull my leather too much so it doesn't stretch. This is a very stretchy leather. Okay, so there is the first top stitch, and now we're going to do a top stitch down the other side. Just roll up your handles in here. There we go. So we have our top stitch at a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance on both sides, and now we're going to open up this seam allowance here. We're going to do the same thing, clip the seam allowance, clip the raw edges of your front and back panel. Okay, now that that is clipped, we can stitch this at a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. So 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. All right. Same thing again, add your double-sided tape, 1/8 of an inch or 1/4 inch. There we go. We're gonna open up these seams. This part here is a little tricky. We're going to top stitch, but we're going to have to go through here and we're going to have to maneuver this. So let me see if I can get a better angle so we can see. So I'm going to turn my stitch length back to a longer stitch. So I'm going to start with one side. And we're going to have it spread open just like this. Taking our time. Making sure that our needle is down if we need to adjust. And we're just going to be moving this out of the way just like so, okay? Sorry. There we go. My camera is not the best, or my tripod. I need to get a new one. But here we go. So we're just adjusting, making sure we spread everything out, but not stretching anything. Just moving everything out of the way. And like I said, making sure your needle is down when you adjust. So that part is done. Now we're just going to pull it out just to double check how it looks. Looks good. And now we're going to do the same thing on this side. Oops, sorry. Okay. So I'm going to make sure that everything is out of the way. Making sure that my needle is down when I need to adjust. Helps me have a straighter seam allowance or stitch. So I go a couple of stitches and then I stop to pull my to help adjust this, and just making sure that my needle is down. You don't want to accidentally pull out your needle from underneath your foot, especially with leather and vinyl. Alright, right on the final bit here. There we go. Now if you want, you can pull this out just to see if it's all even. You kind of see what the bag is starting to look like also. Love it. Okay, so now let's set this aside. We're gonna start working on our lining zipper pocket and slip pockets. Okay. So you're gonna want to grab your lining slip pocket. So this is the slip pocket vinyl and the slip pocket lining. You want to match raw edges together, right sides touching. We're going to top stitch this, or not top stitch, sorry. We're going to stitch this at a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Okay. So now we're going to faux the slip pocket. You want to we're going to lay the slip pocket right sides up, finger press this seam flat towards the lining side. So the lining side is going to be the fabric side, or if you're using like a waterproof canvas, that's going to be the side. And you're going to top stitch this at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Go. So it's top stitched, and now we're going to fold the slip pocket down just like this. Clipping and make sure that your raw edges here at the bottom match. Okay, and we're going to top stitch this at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. I still have my stitch length to that 5 1/4 mm. Just taking my time, making sure everything lines up. So there we go. So grab one of your main lining panels. I'm using a waterproof canvas for mine. And we're going to base this onto the canvas. So real quickly, I want to mark my centers real quickly before I forget. This will help in putting our lining on, our lining bottom on. I'm going to go ahead and do the same exact thing to the other lining. Okay, set that piece aside, and let's go ahead and put these. So just line up raw edge to raw edge. For the lining. Make sure everything is, for the most part, aligned. Okay, so now we're just going to base this at a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance all the way around. I like to just use a regular stitch when I'm doing this for my basting. Okay, so that is our slip pocket. And now we're going to grab a ruler because we want to divide this up into 3 different slip pockets. So we're going to measure out 4.5 inches from each of the raw edges. So what I want to do is I'm going to straighten out my raw edges right here that are a little bit off. So let me just grab this and my rotary cutter. I'm just going to straighten up this edge here. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing to my other side here. about 4.5 inches. All right. Let's see, 4. Give me my, this is an air soluble so 4.5 inches, and then mark this over to 4.5 inches. Okay, so there we go. We have these marked here at 4.5 inches from both raw edges. And now we're going to top stitch, leaving about 1/4 inch unsewn because we're going to add rivets right there. So I'm just going to mark that 1/4 inch. It's just an extra step. You really don't have to. You can eyeball it. I just like making things a little bit more complicated, I guess. Alright, so that's done. Let's go ahead and add in our top stitching. So I'm going to lengthen my, and I'm going to go from the bottom up. So I'm just putting my needle right down on that line, and I'm going to follow this line that I have. I'm not sure if you can see it. I'm just going to follow this line right here. I'm gonna backstitch because I just am not confident to tie it off. I would hate for, it's something that is, you know, something's always getting put in and put out. I would just hate for it to come undone. So I'm gonna go ahead and backstitch. So we have our first one done. Now we can do our second. So same thing, I just put my needle down right on that line, and then I just follow it. There we go. That is done, and now we're just gonna add our rivets. I'm just gonna carefully wipe off this, and the marks here will come off whenever with time. Okay. So now we can add our rivets. So I just have to be careful not to poke through my stitching. Okay, so I have my 2 holes punched in for rivets. Grab 2. Those are old. Can you here, these are old. Here, we'll get you some. Come on. Sorry. Sorry about that. My little one came in asking for some snacks, so got him situated. Okay, so we're just going to add in these rivets here. I'm just using small ones just because there's not a lot of bulk here. Grab your rivet setter if you have one and set your rivets. Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and grab our second piece. We're gonna do our zipper facing. So I have a zipper template from Tops and Bobbins, and I'm gonna find my center, and I'm on the wrong side of my zipper facing. So wrong side for my zipper facing. I'm just gonna center this. And mark out and I'm going to mark out about a 1/2 inch from here. Half inch. And now I'm just going to mark out my center, which is a 1/4 of an inch. Let's remark that. Whoops. Alright, so I have these triangle boxes all placed out grab your main lining piece right here. And we are going to measure 1 inch from our top. So we have our center marked. So I'm just going to use this pink chalk that I have to mark out my line, and this will just help to center it. And I'm going to mark out my center here. And mark this out. So there we go. We have my center marked, and we're just going to line this up right here. And we're going to sew this at a 3-stitch length. And we are going to start at the corner of this one of the box here. So I'm going to start right on that corner, making sure everything is aligned. Okay. And we can stitch this out. Okay, so there we go. We have our box stitched out. So let's go ahead and trim our threads. Get a seam ripper or some other kind of tool, scissors, to cut the center of your zipper pocket. And you want to cut your beads, get as close as you can to the corners without cutting your threads. You don't want to snip your threads. Alright, so there we go. Go ahead and flip your zipper pocket lining through. If you have a little bit of bulk on the ends, it just means you didn't get close enough. So go back if you can. Carefully get closer to your corner. There we go. And just use your fingers to roll out your seam right here. I'm going to grab my bone folder. This will help create a crease so that my pocket stays down. This canvas, waterproof canvas, is a little bit tricky when it comes to folding. So there we go. So the pocket is almost done, our zipper pocket. So grab your zipper pieces here along with your 8-inch zipper. I typically don't cut my zipper until I'm ready to add my zipper. Just because I changed my mind on zippers so much that it kind of just alleviates some waste if I pre-cut it. So I'm just heat setting my ends so that my zipper doesn't fray, and I'm gonna go ahead and add my zipper pull on. I have a zipper jig set up on the side of my work area. Okay. So you want to make sure that you have these the correct way. So what I like to do is, because the last time I did this, I accidentally stitched the shorter side to the 8-inch. It needs to be the 8-inch side. So what I like to do is I just like to mark my centers just on the top so that I know that it's the right side. So now I'm just going to mark my zipper. And we can attach this with a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. So I just like to clip my zipper to the center here and then just add an extra clip at the end. And we're just going to base this on with a 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Just making sure everything lines up. There we go. So we have one side done. Grab your other side. And you want your zipper to be right sides, or wrong side touching the right side of the lining. because if you open it up, you'll have your right sides inside of the zipper pocket. I'm going to base this at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, just like we did the other side, back stitching. So this is what it should look like. It should be basted 1/8 of an inch from the edge of your zipper. And what I like to do is just grab some 1/4 inch tape. And add it to the edges. So just like this. Grab your main lining panel piece with the zipper facing on it. And add your zipper. I like to center it the best I can. And I just do one edge at a time. Find that to be the easiest. There we go. And then I like to this piece. And I just kind of I find the bottom to be the trickiest because it likes to roll up. So just try to roll it down the best you can. And there, your zipper should be somewhat even. I think it looks good. So now we are going to top stitch this from the bottom. So we're going to top stitch here and top stitch here. And I tend to just keep my stitch length at the normal, at like a 3, a small stitch length for my zipper pocket. recording. Okay, so we have one side done. So now we're gonna go ahead and make sure, you wanna make sure that you open this up. So you want your top lining here, but you want this bottom lining facing. So you're gonna open up this pocket. This is super important because if you leave this pocket down, you'll close it up and you won't be able to get into the zipper at all. So I like to have a nice box around mine, so I'm going to start my stitching right at the last stitch that I did for my for the top stitch. I'm gonna go a couple stitches, back stitch, and then make my way back around. So I'm just making sure everything's nice and lined up. I'm just gonna my zipper's down, or my needle's down. I'm gonna move my zipper pull out of the way, stitch, and then come back up. I'm gonna go one more stitch. Okay. Now we have our pocket just like this, and we can stitch this closed. I'm just gonna go like 1/4 of an inch. Real quickly, I'm going to trim this so it's even, so there's not so much bulk. And then I'm going to flip this up. By like 1/4 of an inch or so. Okay. Okay. So there we go. We have our slip pocket done, or a zipper pocket. Go ahead, trim your corners here, like so. So you want to trim just like this. That way you can, did not catch the corner here, so I'm going to redo this real quick. You want to make sure you go all the way down. That way when you turn it, it doesn't open up. Okay. So there we go. So there we go. Okay, so let's set this aside. We are going to actually assemble this. So grab your lining. You're going to put it right sides here. And right sides here. So you want to make sure that you have a big enough hole to be able to turn this. So I'm going to leave a bit of a gap here because the last time I couldn't fit it all the way through and I ended up busting my seams. So I want a good size. So we're going to start at 3/8 of an inch and then go down to 5/8 of an inch. So I'm going to go 3/8 of an inch just to here. And then I'm going to go 5/8 of an inch from the edge here to, so from this mark to the edge. It's going to be 5/8 of an inch. Okay, there we go. So that is done. Like I said, you want a nice size hole, and then this here we're going to go 3/8 of an inch and end at 5/8 of an inch. Because we're going to scale this from 3/8 to 5/8. So So you see right here, we start at that 3/8 of an inch and then ended at that 5/8 of an inch. And now we're gonna trim down our seam allowance. So we're gonna trim down the seam allowance right here just to probably about 1/4 of an inch to 1/8 of an inch. And then right here, you're not going to want to trim down the turning hole. So you're going to want to V out. Same for down at the bottom. So you want to keep that seam allowance here. You don't want to cut that. So now, the fun part, adding the lining to our main panel right here. So you're gonna have this right sides together, and I like to have my slip pocket on the front, and I like to have my zipper pocket to the back of my bag. So I want to make sure that I match my front zipper or my front lining panel with the front slip pocket. So I'm going to match my centers. I'm going to match my centers right here. I'm going to match my center here. And now I'm just going to go all the way around, making sure this all fits. So I'm going to match my raw edges to my raw edges here, just going around and clipping. Same for the other side. And since this is such a large hole, I'm gonna go ahead and just stitch it on my, I'm just gonna go ahead and stitch it here versus my cylinder machine. Also, you wanna make sure that you have this the right way. So you don't want your, you wanna make sure that your magnetic snaps are at the top and not at the bottom, okay? So now we are going to stitch this at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Whoops, broke my clip. Just gonna go at that seam allowance all the way around. Making sure that my needle is down when I need to adjust. Make sure, okay. Thought for a second that my thread ran out. So I'm just continuing to adjust, making sure that my needle is down. Okay. Go ahead and pull that out, just like so. And I just want to make sure, because the last time I did this, I ended up doing a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Just because the last time I did this bag, the first time I made this bag, when I went to go fold down a 1/4 of an inch, I don't know if my measurements are off, if I just cut something wrong, it did not work out. So I'm a little scared to this is supposed to be 1 1/4 inch. You're supposed to fold this down 1 1/4 inch. So just want to double check that this is right. So this is at about 1 1/2 inch. So it looks like my measurements were correct. But I'm gonna keep it at this. I'm just gonna keep it at the 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. So we're gonna pull this out just like this. And now I'm gonna take you over to my, am I gonna do my sewing? Yeah, I'm going to trying to decide what I want to do, how I want to do this. I'm going to add double-sided tape all the way around to help hold down my seam allowance. Let's see. way is my seam allowance supposed to be? So I'm going to add double-sided tape all along the inside of my bag. This will help to hold down my seam allowance. And then I will take you over to my cylinder machine and we will top stitch this. So I want to open this up first. And then if you see that there's some spots that are wanting to come up, just add some tape right there to hold it together. Just using this. There we go. So we have this all down. What is that? I'm going to add a little bit right there. Here we go. So there we go. So that way when you open your bag, to be so there we go. This will help whenever you put this in your machine to keep this seam allowance flat. It doesn't, you don't have to worry about it accidentally folding under when you're top stitching. So we're gonna top stitch this here at 1/8 of an inch. I'm gonna take you over to my cylinder machine. Okay, so now we're here at my cylinder machine and we're going to go ahead and top stitch, whoops. We're gonna top stitch this lining piece right here. We're gonna top stitch this at 1/8 of an inch. You wanna make sure that your seam allowance is facing towards your lining, which is what we use the double-sided tape for. My machine this way, because I do have a, I'm going to put my bag on this way because I do have a 1/8 of an inch top stitching foot, and I want that to be my guide. So in order for that to work, I need it on this side. So I am going to, real quickly, just make sure everything is nice and tucked in. If there's nothing underneath my foot that's going to get sewn. So here we go. Just going to... I want to make sure that my threads are held. Okay, so here we go. You want to make sure that your handles are facing towards the exterior, and I just want to double check that my seam allowance is down. It is, and my stitch length is at a 5, and we're just going to top stitch this now very carefully. So I'm going to take a couple of stitches and then I'm going to go 3 stitches and then I'm going to go back 3 stitches. And then we can continue top stitching all the way around. I want to make sure that when I adjust, my needle is down. If you're using a domestic machine, you can put your machine on some books to help heighten it so that you can take off that that little shelving that's in there, because most domestic machines have a option to make it a free arm. So I'm just going to continue at 1/8 of an inch all the way around. Like I said, making sure that my needle is down, and I need to adjust. Hopefully y'all can see without the light on. I want to make sure that nothing is caught underneath my machine. I don't want to accidentally sew up stitches or anything, or my straps. So now we're just gonna continue and adjust the height of my foot so that it walks a little bit higher, just to help get over the handle. My needle is down. I'm going to adjust. Just going to continue going, making sure that the needle is down. Super important to make sure your needle is down. You don't want to accidentally pull out your stitching. Or your project out from underneath your needle. Gonna adjust my needle down just a little, or my foot just a little bit to help walk it over so it doesn't shift. Okay. So my needle is down, and I'm just adjusting. Just taking my time to go around all this. Getting to the end of my top stitch. Go. Carefully pull out your bag. Trim all your threads. Perfect. So now we have a nice top stitch around our bag. Our bag in to see if it fits or it looks nice. It does. Now we're going to add in our bottom. So I'm going to grab my stapler, some clips, and you're going to want to grab your main bottom panel along with your lining bottom panel. Okay, so I just find it easier to work in this area versus right there by my cylinder machine. So we're going to grab I have the purse feet template. This is by Pierre, and you can get this from Tops and Bobbins. So you're gonna want to mark your. So the way that the pattern has you do it, the instructions here have you do it, is a little bit easier than finding your centers and your quarter marks. You're just gonna go 4.5 inches in from the edge. So yes, you're gonna go 4.5 inches from the edge here, mark your center and your center, and then you're gonna do the same thing. Go from here 4.25 inches and mark to make this plus, or this little 4 quadrant thing, tie. I don't know. And now we're gonna add the purse feet. So the purse feet are going to be 2 inches from the center here. So like I said, I am going to be using this purse feet template. It has a 2-inch square already on, so this will make it easier for me. So I just need to line up this. 2 inches. Do the same thing on this side. 2 inches. I'm just gonna mark out 2 inches on each side until we have all 4 of the holes marked. So you have an option to do 4 or 5 purse feet, depending on what you want. I'm going to do 5 purse feet. I just want to make sure that everything is nice and even. This is just me being a little bit nitpicky. Grab your purse feet. I'm doing 5, so I have 5 purse feet and then 5 washers. Okay. So this is the center here. So I'm going to do 1 in the center. Mark. I'm going to center this one here. And I'm just going to continue going until all of my purse feet are marked. Okay, purse feet are marked. Grab your seam ripper, or I'm just going to use this craft knife since having to cut through leather. There we go. That is done. Let's go ahead and add in our So I'm going to real quickly clip this part here, and then I'm just going to find my quarter markings. Okay. And now it'd be easy just to match up the quarter markings. So matching up my quarter markings and my centers. So now I can just grab some clips and clip around where I need to. Whoops. Just continue. Clipping. Making sure everything is nice and even. So there we go. We have our lining, or our exterior panel in, right sides together. And now this is the easiest way, is now we're just going to add in some hole punches along the edges. And I'm going to use this heavy duty stapler from Tandy's. And I'm going just within the seam allowance here. And I'm in the cloth. And where my fabric's at, so it's not going to be as thick. So I can use my regular hole punch. Alright, so now I'm back to where the leather's at, so I want to go back to using my more heavy duty stapler. Alright, so that is all in place. So I can go ahead and take off the clips since everything is nice and stapled in just within the seam allowance. The seam allowance is going to be 3/8 of an inch, so you just want to put it less than 1/4 of an inch. And now I'm just going to go ahead and do my other side. Oops. I am dropping and throwing everything right now. Okay, now time to do the lining side. So just move my clips over to this side here, place in okay, so I already have my quarters marked. For both my center and then the sides seams here are going to be your quarter marks. So let's go ahead and place them. I'm going to have this where it is right sides are touching. I just want to make sure that my linings are matching. Okay, so now we can just ease this in. This one is a bit more trickier. Okay, let's move on to the other side. Now we are just going to move on to the next quarter marking. I just like to ease this in, try to get no puckering. There we go. And now we can do the last section here, and then we can okay, so now we are going to staple this in place. Okay, there we go. So it's all stapled. I'm gonna go ahead and leave these clips on just on this side here. It is stapled, so it's not gonna move too much, but I just like that extra security. So I'm gonna take you over to my cylinder machine now, and we are going to go ahead and top stitch this, or not top stitch, sorry. We're gonna go ahead and attach our bottom panels on. So we're gonna start with the main lining panel. So we're going to stitch this at 3/8 of an inch, and then we're going to trim the seam allowance down to 1/8 of an inch. And then we are going to do the same thing to the lining. We are going to sew this at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance, and then trim it down to 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. So I'm going to take you over to my cylinder arm, and we can get started on this. Okay, so we are back at my cylinder arm. We are going to attach our main bottom panel at a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance all the way around. So I'm going to make sure that my stitch length is at about a 3.5. I'm going to take a couple of stitches, and then I'm going to back stitch. And then we're just going to stitch this on at 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Making sure that everything is nice and lined up. Because it's stapled, I don't have to worry about anything really shifting too much or at all. But I like to just double check to make sure that everything is still nice and even. Making sure that if I do need to adjust, that I have my needle down. Okay, so this here is kind of a big hump, so I'm hoping that going to use this piece of scrap leather right here to just kind of put underneath my foot so that I can get it underneath. Continue going around. Okay. Add in that extra Alright, so that is done. Trim your threads, and then if you would like, you can look through here, through the hole opening, just to kind of make sure that it looks nice. I think I'm happy with how mine looks. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to my lining, or bottom. So same thing, gonna go at an 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. Holding my thread tails so they don't get caught up. Okay, so we're coming up to the beginning. Alright, so now I'm going to take you back over to my main sewing machine, and I will trim the seam allowance and we will turn this bag right side down. Okay, so now we have added our bottom lining and our main lining. So I'm going to grab my scissors and we are going to trim this down at down to 1/8 of an inch. Making sure you cut off your staples. Find me some better scissors. Here we go. Okay, so we have our panel cut down to 1/8 of an inch, and now we're going to do our main lining right here. Uh-oh, looks like I caught one of my staples while sewing. All right. All right. Now let's go ahead and birth our bag. We're going to birth it through this hole here. here we go. So, I'm going to put my hand through here. And I'm going to push out my bottom. There we go. And now I'm going to put my bottom here. And at this point, what I like to do is I like to snap put my magnetic snap together, because then you can kind of get an idea. It naturally wants to fold over because you have that interfacing or that stabilizer right there. So let's see. So now I'm going to double check to make sure that this is 1 3/4 of an inch. Okay, so that is 1 3/4, and this is 1 3/4. So now we are going to go back to the cylinder arm, and we are going to top stitch this at 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. Okay, so we are right at the very last part of this. We are going to open up our, just want to make sure I have enough thread. I do. I'm putting my stitch length to a longer stitch. I have it at a 5 right now, and I have my 1/8 of an inch foot, 1/8 of an inch guide foot. So when you're top stitching, you want to make sure the handle goes down into your bag. You don't want to top stitch your handles. So I'm going to start in the back right here, just because I know that that's where my my rivets will kind of, or my handle will hide the back stitch. So you can also do it on the side if you want. So I'm going to hold my okay, so 1/8 of an inch. I'm going to go 2 or 3 stitches or more, and then I'm going to go back and now I'm just going to slowly top stitch all of this at 1/8 of an inch. So there we go. This is top stitched. Now we're going to go back to the regular machine and I can show you what the bag looks like. Okay, so we have top stitched our lining. So far, this is what our bag looks like. Real quickly, we are going to add in some rivets to our handle here. Alright, so we're going to bring out our bag, or our handles, like so. And we're going to measure 3/8 of an inch down from there. So I'm going to grab my marking pen. See if I can find. So 3/8 of an inch down, and I'm going to align the 1/2 inch mark with my handle, because that will be center. So 3/8 of an inch down. Really, you can just three-eighths of an inch. Let's double check this one. 3/8 of an inch. Okay, so I have my markings right here for where I'm going to be placing my rivets. Grab your rivet punch. Okay. Okay, I got my 4 rivets. We are going to set them inside. So there we go. That's how these are going to be. And we are going to do the same thing to the other side. So grab your handle. I'm going to snip my and what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually just I'm going to close up my magnetic snap measure 3/8 of an inch. Do the same to the other side, so 3/8 of an inch, making sure it's aligned. Looks good. So now I'm just going to kind of want to align right where these handles are going to be. So just like so, snap your, perfect. Now I'm gonna set my rivets. Here we go. Whoops, that did not set correctly because my piece fell out. Oh, no, it's right here. Let's try that again. These might actually be too long. Yeah, I think they're too long, so I'm going to switch them out to probably a medium. I'm gonna keep the backs, the long ones, because I have a large amount of bulkiness right here, but I don't have that much bulk in the front, so I'm going to change that out. Probably should put my handles on. Switch out my die set for the one for the smaller. Probably should have set my larger ones first. Now I'm going to set my larger rivets. Apparently today is not my day for rivets. Okay. For some reason, these rivets are not setting correctly. And I don't know why. Alright, so I'm going to try this medium-sized one and hope that they fit. And it looked like it does, so should be good on that. just going to grab a second medium rivet. Okay. So we have our rivets in for our handles. We have them for our front and we have them for the back. So now we can go ahead and add in our lock straps. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to add on our strap in, and I'm hoping this one fits. If not, I can grab the ones from Emmeline. These strap ends are from Emporium Threads. There we go. Okay. Oops. So there we go. We have our lock strap and our end connector. I like to add the end connector just so I know where exactly it's supposed to go. So before we do that, let's go ahead and just add in our strap. So you want the straps to twist in just like this. And these here are strap adjusters that can be found in my shop on my website, and I will have a link for those in the description box. I have them in silver, rose gold, antique brass, and rainbow, gunmetal, and gold. Pretty much all the colors. Oops. Add in our second. So you want to make sure that your handle folds in. Add it through, making sure your strap is not twisted. There we go. And I am folding up my strap so I don't have any raw edges. So I'm going to pull this down just a tad bit more to give me more room. And then you're going to just place your rivet through. Add your rivet backing in. And we're going to do the same thing to our other side. Pull this down a little bit more to give me more room. Okay, let's set these rivets in place. And then we can add our lock strap and we are done. Perfect. Here we go. So I have my rivets in. My strap is done. So there's our straps. And let's move on to the lock strap. So the lock strap, we're going to close this here. Bring this around. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and place my lock strap on. For the this part of the turn lock. Okay. So I'm going to place mine right here. Grab my marking pen. There we go. So I'm just looking for my need to see where I put my other piece at. My little hole punch. Where did I put it? Okay, maybe guess the first thing I can do is at least this part here. Where is my... So I'm just going to line this up. Okay, so now I'm just going to let's clear up some of this mess so that I have a little more space to work. Okay. So this is the front of my lock strap, so I'm just going to add this in. Strip this one more time. Being careful not to take too much off. Should be good. So I'm gonna trim. Okay, so I'm gonna grab try to find my small blue screwdriver so that I can make sure that this is tightened. Okay, so I guess my screwdriver is nowhere to be found. I feel like all my sewing stuff has legs and it just walks away. Okay, let me just grab this and I'll just tighten it by hand. Okay, so that is done. Now all we need to do is add in lock straps. Or add in the turn lock. So you can kind of eyeball it if you want to. I kind of like the bag to go in kind of like this. So So you can see where the strap placement is right here. This is about where you want your lock. I think that will be good right about here. So in the pattern, it pretty much, this depends on just kind of your bag, this lock that the turn lock that you're using. So just kind of fiddle with it. I like to have my bag where it's closed, and I'm going to add these clips right here just to hold it in place so that I know that my magnet isn't going to be off-centered whenever I go to close my bag. Okay, so I can see right where I want my straps to be. So I'm going to grab my rotary cutter, my little craft knife. I'm gonna place my hand through here, and then I'm gonna carefully add these slits right here. Very carefully. I'm gonna go ahead and grab my seam ripper. If I can find it. Okay, I have no idea where my seam ripper is at. Apparently, everything is just leaving. Okay, got one. Okay, so I got it in. Pull my hand out and grab your lock here, where your washer for your twist lock, and add it onto your bag. just like so. So our bag is completed. And there we go. This is what the slouchy bag looks like. Or this, I guess not the slouchy bag, the Arianne bag. I love, love, love the unique design of this bag. There are other tutorials out here for this one. I believe Sew Nova, Mormino have made a tutorial. Of course, I'll link their channel below along with all the supplies that I used. And I think that's it. So thank you, everybody. And tag me, join my Facebook group, and tag me so that I can see your beautiful make that you made following along. So good night, everybody. Bye.